Today, we're going to be doing a hard-rated LeetCode problem, and I probably won't get it, but we're going to give it a shot. So let's go ahead and start at that problem. It's called grid illumination. On LeetCode, you can go to leetcode.com/problem/grid-illumination to get to it. So this is a weird one. The first thing that I pulled out, you can feel free to just look at the problem statement if you want, but I'm gonna kind of jump into coding it because I'm pretty excited. So the first thing is that they kind of give you a way that illumination happens. So in other words, a light bulb here, it's gonna light up everything that it's touching, and it's also gonna light up a whole horizontal line, and it's gonna light up a whole vertical line. So that's the first thing.
Did you mean to share screen?
I totally meant to share my screen. Thank you. Bam, sharing the screen, looking at the problem. So yeah, so you get a matrix, n by n. That's one of the inputs. There's three inputs. One of the inputs is n. One of the inputs is the position of the lamps. Right now, let's just talk about those. We'll worry about the query part after, because that's where shit starts to get a little weird. But the first thing is that basically when I have a lamp, if I put a lamp here, it hits all of the theoretical surrounding ones. Since there's no surrounding ones on the edge, it just won't light those up. So it'll hit all of the ones that it's touching, but it also shoots a diagonal line out, and it shoots a horizontal line out and a vertical line out. Cool. And each lamp does that. So if I put a lamp here, it should do that. If I put a lamp here, it should do that. By the way, I chose this problem because I think it's a good TDD problem. Also, there's no way that this class is only going to last an hour. I am not going to get this in an hour. I fucking guarantee it. It's going to be a long road. And after I'm done explaining the problem, I'm going to do some push-ups to get my head in the game. Okay? That's the next thing. All right. So, looking at this motherfucker. Let's see. So the first step is, literally, I'm already thinking about that first function that I make is I have to figure out a way to create a matrix of which ones, they use a different term. So all of these are lamps, but they use a different term for them. So if they are lit up by a lamp, then they are illuminated. This thing also counts as illuminated. Everything yellow counts as illuminated. But these lamps are not on. These lamps are illuminated, but not on. Okay? That's what I gathered from this. So the very first thing I know I'm going to need to do in my head is, okay, I'm going to need to probably at some point, and this is not even an easy problem. This is already in and of itself a kind of challenging problem of I need to create a matrix that represents which bulbs are illuminated based off of which bulbs are turned on. Okay, so that's the first part of this problem. That's not the problem, though. That's not what the problem is asking. This is saying return an array of integers where answer I should be 1 if the lamp in the ith query was illuminated, or 0 if the lamp was not. So this is kind of a confusing sentence, and they do a much better job of explaining it here. But it's worth digging into these words and making sure we understand where we're going to have to get to, because it's fucking rough. I'm going to take this and post it in the Slack channel. So, what am I doing? I see it now. It's cool. Bam. I am going to post this in here. Bam, bam, bam. That's on there. Cool. So now that problem's on there if anybody wants to read it. Cool. So I need to dissect the sentence because it's a confusing sentence to me. Return an array of integers. So it's going to be integers where answer I should be 1 if the lamp in the query was illuminated, or 0 if the lamp in the query was not. Okay. So we're getting 3 inputs here. We're getting an array, we're just getting a number that represents, this is going to be always a square array, which is kind of cool, which, by the way, indicates to me that there's probably some optimization there because it's a square array that I'm not smart enough to figure out, just from foresight. But it is probably worth noting that because this thing is a square array, there's probably some sort of fancy smart thing you could do because of the fact that it's even as far as like that goes. But I'm probably not going to be quick enough to figure that out during this. Maybe that will be a follow-up lesson where I will be able to like re-optimize it. I'm not sure. There's also a array of lamp positions. So for example, maybe the first lamp position will be the row of that one and then the column. So for example, lamps, the first term might be an array that is 1, 1, right? And that would represent the first lamp is here. The second lamp might be 2, 1, and that would represent that the lamp was here. So in this example that they give here, in example 1, the first lamp is, let's see, the first lamp is going to be 0, 0, and the second one is 4, 4. So that's why this is 4, 4, this is 0, 0. Cool. So that's first of all. Then we have to take a look at what they mean by these queries. So what they're saying is the thing that we should return is an array of integers where the answer of I should be 1 if the lamp in the ith query was illuminated, or 0 if the lamp was not. So in other words, and this is where I'm kind of confused because this is like I was kind of reading this before, but maybe talking out loud it'll kind of come together. What they're saying is we have the initial grid with all the lamps turned off. In the above picture, we see the grid after turning on the lamp at grid 0, 0. So in other words, they're starting with both lamps on. And then what they're saying is the 0th query asks for if the lamp at grid 1, 1 is illuminated or not. So basically, since this is yellow, yes, it is illuminated. And then it says set answer of 0 equal to 1. And then you turn off. This is the part that I don't understand why they're saying this. But you turn off all of the lamps in the red square. Why? I know what the red square is. The red square is the square drawn between 0, 0 and 4, 4. Okay? So that's like what this red square is. So in other words, from 0, 0 and then 4, 4, and I guess it actually only grabs, well, no, that's actually not right. That's not what the red square is. What is the significance of that red square? Because 4, 4 would be all the way here.
I think the red square was just, it says to turn off the adjacent and squares.
Why do you turn off the adjacent squares though?
To make the problem harder?
I just don't understand. I want to understand the problem statement on why it's saying that. So finally, you're given an array of queries where, so for the ith query, determine whether grid row, turn off the lamp at grid indexed at, and its 8 adjacent lamps. Okay. So, oh, okay. Yeah, that is just what the problem statement is saying. Okay, yeah, you're right. Interesting. But what you're not turning off, what's interesting is what you're not turning off is like the whole row. You're just turning off the adjacent lamps. So here we're turning off this lamp, but we're not actually unilluminating it. Like it's still illuminated. We're just turning it off. And then we have to recalculate. Okay, I see. So we are turning off this and then we're recalculating it. So there's a lot here, and my plan is to understand this part better after I first do this, because honestly, I'm getting overwhelmed thinking about the entire problem at once. But I think, like, I know mentally I can understand each of these steps when I break it down. Like, all these steps make sense. It's a lot to do, but these steps kind of make sense. So with that being said, let's do some push-ups. Get that brain working. That's what I'm going to do. I need to do it because my brain don't work that well unless I keep that blood pumping. So let's get it. I'm going to do 20, 20, 20. 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, 20 squats. I got a belly to lose. Sorry, y'all. Coulter's doing it.
We all did it.
Y'all are fast.
I just went and got snacks.
Oh my gosh, that's the other way to work it. Okay, I need to do 2 more.
I lunged out though. I was doing lunges.
Cool. So step 1, we need to figure out this part. How do I calculate what is going to be illuminated if I plug in like a position for a lamp? So I'm going to open up a new problem. Get rid of this ugly piece of shit. I'm going to get out of VimWiki. And I'm going to go to my, do I want to do this there? Do y'all want to see me set up the jest myself? I'll just do that. I think I have a coding challenges. Code, no, I'll just make a new folder. CD, what the balls? CD into, we'll do projects. Oh, I'm not in the right folder. Okay, whatever. We're going to make a directory. We're going to call this hard LeetCode. Actually, I'll just, you know what? I'm going to make a root level directory. Sorry, this is like way too much explanation for something really simple. I am just going to make a directory here for LeetCode because I don't have one already. And by the way, if you're not doing this, when you do this shit, you should just push it to GitHub so that way you get those GitHub commits. I am going to open up LeetCode. And cool, I have this. I am going to make a repository for this. So I'm just going to go to github.com/new. I think this, for me, I like working out of my IDE more anyways. So I'm going to call this LeetCode. Bam. 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 Let's go ahead and just do that first. Oh, wait, I have to add the README. Let's do that. Bam. I didn't copy that. Kablamo. It's doing its thing. Doing its thing. Awesome. I'm going to do an npm init. I'm going to use jest for this. Package name. LeetCode works for me. Version 1 description. Going to be some LeetCode problems I'm working on. I like to solve them using jest. Great. Entry point. Sure. Test command. We're going to call it test. Git repository. Oh, that was dumb. I shouldn't have called it that. I should have wrote the actual command out. Whatever, we'll change it afterwards. Git repository equals that. Keywords. LeetCode. Yeah, jest. Cool. That'd be good. Author John. That probably was a terrible name for an author. Whatever. Anyways, we have an npm package. We are going to install locally jest. Cool. Installing. It might take a minute. While that's running, I'm going to go ahead and configure my test code. So it's not test. This is the command that I use to run my test. And it's always jest, like npx jest. When you do npm run, it automatically runs with starting with npx. So I'm going to do jest and then specifically -- watch. So what this does is it looks for any like changes and it will automatically calculate. It will automatically rerun the tests whenever I like save or something like that. And by default, this actually means jest. It runs with the command jest-o. And -o means that it only runs the tests that exist since the previous I got my node modules configured, but since the previous git commit. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push this guy up. I'm going to add commit, first real commit. That was not very funny. Git push origin main. And if I wanted to, I could check out a branch, but with this, I don't really care that much. I could do git checkout -b. And then what's the name of this assignment going to be? This is called illuminated bulbs or something. Grid illumination. So I'm going to do git checkout -b, grid illumination. For some reason, that reminded me of the Imagination song from South Park. So now I'm in here, and I am going to go ahead and just like create a folder for this, because in theory, I'm going to have different problems on here. So I could really just call it grid illumination. If I wanted to, I could also maybe make it a more JavaScripty name. I don't know. I don't know what proper naming convention is there. Inside of here, I'm going to create two files that I care about for right now. I'm going to make a grid illumination.js, but I'm also going to make a grid illumination.spec.js. And this is where I'm going to run my tests out of. So for me, I could start with the whole problem, but I actually know the first thing that I want to do is I'm actually going to make some sort of function that illuminates a matrix based off of a position. So what I might say is, I know at some point, so this is just theory right now, at some point I'm going to want a function called, I think this will help me a lot, Illuminate Matrix. And in it, I'm going to put a matrix and also a light position. And basically, the whole point of this thing is going to be to take, let's say I have an array of arrays. So I'm going to start it with 0, 0, 0. And let's make a few of these. Whoops. That's why. So let's say I have this as my matrix. My light position will be like a position of a light bulb, literally. So for example, like 0, 1 would be right here. So I will plug in this, and then this will spit out. Let's say I put in like 0, 1. It will spit out like basically 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, whoops. 1, 1. 1. That's a pretty illuminated matrix. But does that make sense? This is just going to be the first part of my algorithm, is creating a function that does this. But I'm in a spec.js file, so I'm actually going to save these inputs. So for example, I could do maybe input. I'll just do input and output for now. Give that a save. I don't need this anymore. So this function is actually not going to go here. This function is going to go in another file. But I know that I am going to want to like get the behavior of this function working well. So when I'm writing tests for it, I'm going to lump all of those in a describe block. So I'm going to call this describe. We're going to call it illuminate matrix. And I'll even put I'll just put illuminate matrix in there. And we're going to say that is what I'm describing right now. And in here, I can write multiple tests. So I'm going to say it should, will I ever call illuminate matrix on an empty object? I don't know. we'll figure that out when we get to it. But we'll say it should output the correct solution for inputs. I don't know, this is not a good description here, but this is what's kind of cool about this is I'm going to give this a save real quick so because I hate looking at all that red. And what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to go ahead and define these in here. So now what I'm going to say is maybe it should do that. And then I can say I want to expect Illuminate Matrix of matrix. Oh, and the matrix will be I can also probably make a generate matrix method so I don't have to write this shit out so many times. That could probably help. That's also a really easy one to make. But I might not. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Cool. So I want to say expect Illuminate Matrix of this, and then input, and then output. And then after that, I would say dot to equal. I use to equal here and not to be because, oh, I don't know why I put the output in there. To equal output. I use to equal here because I want to make sure that when this runs, it checks for deep equality. So I don't know if y'all remember, but an array never technically equals another array. You need to do some sort of deeper check to see that all of the elements inside are the same. Jest will handle this for you just by using to equal instead of to be. So I think what it probably does is it compares like, I don't know, like the parse JSON string or something like that. Okay, so now I expect this to fail. Also, I don't know why my Jest isn't working. Command, what is this saying? Huh. We'll figure that out in a bit. For now, I can run these tests by typing in npm run test, and that should do that jest -- watch. Bam. So we're running this test. I failed the test. Why did I fail a test? Maybe because Illuminate Matrix is not defined. So now let's go ahead and pull in that function. So I'm going to go to gridillumination.js, and I'm going to write a function called Illuminate Matrix. And I am going to input to this a matrix and also a, what is it called? Light position. And then now I'm actually just to test that everything comes in right, I'm going to return this like output value. So I'm just going to hack it right now. You don't necessarily have to do this. I like doing this thin vertical slices. Return, bam. And if I did this right, I have to export it also. So module.exports is how I like to do this. Equals, oh, I need a const module is it? No, I don't know that I need the const. I can't remember. Why am I blanking on this? But module.exports equals, and then it's an object, and then you call the function by name. So mine will be Illuminate Matrix. Also, can I make this smaller? Is that too small for y'all, or can you read that clearly?
It's fine for me.
Also, I'm just really feeling a high contrast color theme. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We're living in it now. And since I exported it here, but haven't imported it up here, I have to make sure I do that. And also, I don't need this defined anymore because it's already defined down here. So I'm going to go ahead and I am going to say const. Since I'm exporting a whole object, I'm only doing that because I know I'm going to have more functions. I'm going to pull in Illuminate Matrix, and I am going to say that equals required, and I'm pulling it in from /grid illumination. That should do the trick. And now, hopefully, I should be passing my test. and I am encountered a declaration issue. Oh, matrix is not defined. So let's see. It looks like maybe in here, matrix is there. Matrix is not defined. Oh, expect this should be, what do I call this? No, it should be defined.
It's not defined in good illumination.
What?
Did we define it in the JS file, the actual?
It doesn't need to be. I didn't use it.
Oh yeah, no, you didn't.
I'm wondering if this maybe needs to be pulled out. That seems weird if it is. Let's see. Yeah, that's what it was. That's weird. I'm wondering if I don't need this. I'm wondering if somewhere under the hood, this is actually bound to an object. Let's see. Yep, that works. That's what it is. I guess maybe on some level inside of here, this is actually an object on the inside. That's so weird though, because it even takes a callback function as an argument. That's really weird. That's bizarre. But hey, if it works, it works. So fuck it. Cool. So there's my first test. Let's try and get that same value, and but by doing it like algorithmically. So it's tricky. I think that there's a few things we have to do. The first thing is we have to get all the sides. So illuminate sides might be a function I could write if I want to, but I don't really think it makes sense to necessarily go through and do all that. What I want to do is I want to think about the conditions. Let's say I have a light here, right? So if I have a light here, it needs to grab everything around it. So it needs to do, let's think of all these as I comma j, right? So this is going to be I equals 0. This is going to be I equals 0, I equals 0. J equals 1, J equals 2, J equals 3. Cool. So I guess like what I would say the relationship is I have to grab, let's see, I have to grab I equals I minus 1. So I have to grab I minus 1. And in I minus 1, I have to grab J. So at I minus 1, I need to grab J minus 1, J, and J plus 1, if they exist. Right? At I need to also grab J minus 1, J. Let me think about that for a second. Let me double check this example. So they only do it with a corner, which is kind of shitty. Because what I don't know is like, no, I guess that would be illuminated too. Oh, that's going to be a tricky edge case. Because let's say you have one in here. Guess what? Diagonal, diagonal. That'll be fun. But the truth is that I don't actually need to add I minus 1 here. But I mean, it's fine if we double up on it. It's not a huge deal. But if you think about it, at I minus 1, I actually don't need to grab J minus 1 because that's already going to be grabbed by the diagonal. And I don't need J plus 1 either because that also would be grabbed by the diagonal. Do y'all agree with that? At I need to grab J minus 1 and J plus 1. And I do want to double check that. So yeah, it's everything next to it. So that's adjacent. You know what though? It might be worth grabbing all of the adjacent indexes anyways. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I want to grab all of the adjacent indexes. I think that'd be a good starting point. This is going to be a long problem. Just like, I don't know if y'all can tell, we're in for a long ride here. Yeah. So actually what I'm going to do right now is I think that's actually an easier problem to start off with, is grabbing adjacent indexes. So I'm actually just going to skip this for now. And what I want to do next is let's describe, because this will handle edge cases too. This will be nice. You'll see. Let's do describe. I'm just going to type in DSC and then it auto-populates. Get adjacent indices. And this is going to take in a matrix and a point. So cool. I would say that I think I could use this same thing. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab one of them. And I am going to say, this will be nice because we could test edge cases. But I could say that I expect get adjacent indices matrix and then point. Our point could be, I don't know, let's do first 1, 1. I think that's a good edge case. Because what's cool about this is now I could test all these edge cases on this. And if I know that this is working right, it's going to make later shit easier. So like, at least I think. So I'll grab, like, if I know I'm only getting adjacent ones here, that'll be sweet. Awesome. So let's start our point with 0, 0. Actually, we could start with 1, 1, I guess. And we expect this dot to equal. So this should be an array of points. So an array of points, and it should be 8 points in total. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. First point should be, I guess, 0, 0. Then we should have 0, 1. Then we should have 0, 2. Then we should have 0, 3. Then we should have 0, 4. Sorry, no, not 0. Whoops. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Then we should have 0. I'm sorry, 1, 1, 1, 0. 1, 2. 1, 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. Everybody agree with that? Cool. That's what I'm thinking. I expect that. So I'm failing that. Cool. So I need to make this function. I'm going to call it function get adjacent indices. This is going to take in a matrix, and also it's going to take in a point. And for right now, I should be able to return that value just to make sure things are hooked up. I'm going to call this get adjacent indices, give that a save, return. Let's do, I'm not going to hard code that return only because fuck it. But in the get adjacent indices, I need to make sure I also import that. So I'm just going to go here, bam, and now I should be, the error I should be getting is that it's just the wrong thing. Declaration exception. That shouldn't be a problem. Undefined. Cool. Yeah, so it's just saying I received undefined. I don't know why it said declaration exception. So my thinking of this is, like, let's start off with at 1, 1, I should really just be getting, so like, let's say return for now, it's going to be an array where really I should basically be able to swap this out. So if I grab, let's see, I'm going to grab this for now. I'm going to kind of cheat it. And I'm going to say bam. Probably get rid of that. And then probably down here, add that. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, 0 is actually, anytime I have 0 here, it's actually going to be 0.0 and then -1. Does that make sense? So now, what? Cool. And then anytime I have 1, it's going to be point. You know what I'm going to do just for sake of simplicity? Const x equals 0.0. Const y equals point y. Oh, whoops. I think that'll make life a lot easier. Because now I could just say x. That should really be ij, but I think it'll be fine. X. And this next one is going to be just x, replaced with x, replaced with x. Oh, wait, whoops. Replaced with x, replaced with x. This is going to be x plus 1. X plus 1. This is going to be x plus 1. And this is going to be x plus 1. Is anybody confused by this part? This is going to be, I should really change this to y and j before it gets confusing, or I and j. I think it's easier to think in terms of I and j. I don't know if anybody else agrees with that, but I should be able to. I, and then this should be j minus 1, j plus 1, j, oh, this should just be j. J plus 1, j minus 1, j plus 1, j minus 1, j plus 1. And hopefully, if I'm right, I'll get the pass. Nope. Why not? Let's see. This looks like a weird jest thing. I'm going to try closing this and opening it again. Did I skip this? Do I have an only on here? No. Interesting. Not sure why this isn't showing up. Something weird is going on here with jest. I'm going to try commenting that out, see if it. Now they're saying the suite doesn't contain any tests, except for I very clearly have a describe here. I'm running this. Oh, I don't have an it in here. It should output correctly with a middle case. That's what I'll do. I was like, what is going on? Cool, I passed. Awesome. So that means I got what I wanted there. Next thing that we want to do is like edge case this. So like, in other words, do I get the correct indexes when I get like closer to the edge? So I am going to now put some strain on this. So now my next matrix, which I will probably do, what I probably will do is, I'll stick with the same matrix for now, but I want to change my point in here. So cool. I can just copy and paste all of this. Oh, wait, did I? Hang on a second. I gotta go to that other curly brace, make that. And I need to get rid of this. I need this guy here. And this time my point should be 0, 0. Should output correctly with a beginning edge case. I don't know that this is like, so let's go 0, 0. Cool. So I want this thing to work at 0, 0. So, okay, what would break? Here, these would break. So what I could do is anywhere where I is less than 1, I could return. I think I'm going to do kind of a hacky solution. I don't know if this is a hacky solution, actually. It might be kind of elegant. I could do if I is less than, if I is greater than 1 and j is greater than, oh, this is kind of a good idea, I think. If this is the case, return that. Else, return, we could do an empty array and then filter out the empty array afterwards. Watch, you'll see. So we'll start with that. Here I could do return I is greater than 1. Actually, it could be greater than or equal to 1. And same thing here. I just don't want to break my array. So I should be able to say I is greater than or equal to 1. And j is greater than, I've never done it like this before. I think it'll work though. J does not have to be greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, that's, and j, no, I don't need any and statement. So as long as I is greater than 1, return this. Else, you're going to want to return an empty array. Here we're saying I is minus 1. So, and then j plus 1. So we'll start with only considering the lower boundary first. So here I need this I is greater than 1 still. And this is going to return an empty array otherwise. But note that I'm going to have to add the upper boundary as well. Make sense? Anything with a +1, I have to add upper boundary. We'll worry about the upper boundary afterwards when we're actually testing it. Cool. So we'll worry about this with all of these. So first we're just checking the lower boundary. Cool. So for now, I think I still need to do the j minus 1. So let's do that. So here we're going to say j is greater than or equal to j minus 1. And then here, otherwise empty array. Here we're going to say j is greater than equal to j minus 1. And what other boundaries do I have to think of? Cool. And then what I have to do is I have to filter this out. For each array, filter out where array.length is greater than 0. I think that would do the trick. So let's see if it works. Should output correctly that? And what am I getting? Expected. Oh, I didn't change my edge cases. So, okay. If the point is 0, 0, what I need is, and let's take a look at this. I want to, okay. I want to like look at something while I'm doing this. So here, 0, 0. So if my point is 0, 0, I should really only have 1, 2, 3 points. So I really should be expecting 0, comma 1. I should be expecting 1, comma 0 and 1, comma 1. Cool. And am I passing now? What did I receive? Oh, I got negative 1s in there. That's no bueno. So let's think. Why did I get negative 1s in there? Where would I have gotten a negative 1 from? Oh, I have j minus 1 here still. So I still need to do j is greater than or equal to j plus 1. Or no, j is greater than equal to 1. And then here, otherwise will equal 0. I never do edge cases like this, but right now my brain likes this. I might regret it later. We'll find out. Here, there's no minus, so maybe this will work. I don't know. We'll find out. I expected this. And instead, and this is, let's see. So I get 0, negative 1. I'm not good at reading these error statements yet, but I could also just cheat and console.log this. See what I'm getting. Where's my console log? Should have ran that console log. Maybe that needs to go above. Let's see. So I'm getting 0, negative 1, 0, 1. So I'm getting everything but 1, negative 1. So it looks like I'm just missing an edge case. I have I minus 1, j minus 1. Let's see, I minus 1, I minus 1. I have that statement. I have j minus 1. Oh, I have j is greater than or equal to j minus 1. This should just be j is greater than or equal to 1. Why did I do j is greater than or equal to j minus 1? This is a dummy statement. This is not even worth putting in there right now. For right now, I'm just going to do true. Yeah, this was silly. Whatever I did there did not make sense, so I'm getting rid of it. But I do have to add that upper boundary, so I'll leave that in there. Cool. J is greater than, see, oh, there we go. Now we passed it. Cool. So we got all those boundaries figured out. So now we have to figure out the upper boundaries. So this works with the lower boundaries. We could test it more. Like maybe we could test the, we're not going to hit any upper boundaries. We could check like the upper right quadrant or something like that. But really, I just want to test all the upper boundaries at once. So I'm actually going to write another test. And I think I'm going to test it should output correctly with a upper. I want to, instead of saying beginning edge case, I'm going to call lower boundary case. Cool. And then now let's do the upper boundary case with a upper boundary case. And this is going to be 2, 2, right? So this time what we're expecting is we are expecting we're expecting, okay, I need to be looking at something. So it helps me a lot when I can look at something. So I'm expecting, let me scroll up here. Where's my matrix? Okay, so if I'm here, I'm expecting basically this number, and this number are the adjacent ones. So I'm expecting this time, I'm expecting 2, 1. I should go in the order, otherwise it's going to fuck it up. So I'm actually expecting 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2, 1 is what I would expect. And what's cool about this is, let me get rid of these console logs, but what's cool about this is now, if I accidentally fuck up an edge case, guess what? It's going to tell me I fucked up that edge case. It's going to be like, oh, it should output correctly with a lower boundary case. So I'm going to know, oh shit, I fucked up my other test case too. So that's fucking awesome, in my opinion. But anyways, so I know here I have to make sure the upper boundary that I'm going to add, I could probably just do this, const upper I. This will be a lot easier. Upper I equals, I don't know, I'm going to say, really the matrix is always going to be a 4x4. So the truth is it's really just going to be matrix.length -1 const upper j is really going to equal matrix.length -1. This is just because it's going to be a square. So if it was not a square, if it was a rectangle, to get like j, it might actually, I might just have to do like matrix indexed at 0. But since it's not, I'm just going to go with this should do the trick. So now anytime I see a plus on here, it should be like I is greater than 1 or equal to 1, and then j and j is, I would say like less than or equal to upper j. And here I would say, and oh wait, no, I don't need that there. But we can add that with all the j plus 1s real quick. That probably would be a nice little, cool. So where do I have a j plus 1? Here. Cool. So here if I have j plus 1 is less than or equal to upper j. Cool. And then I also, where else do I have an upper j, or j plus 1? I could also cheat and just do j plus 1. Wait, did that work? Come on, find j plus 1. I have there. Okay, I didn't do it here. I knew I was missing one. I'm like, I just couldn't look at it. So here I would say if j is less than or equal to upper j. Oh, it shouldn't be less than or equal to upper j. It should be less than, right? Because upper j is the absolute max number, and if I'm doing a plus 1, so it should just be less than. Oh, that was a greater than. So I'm gonna do a find less than. Okay, cool. So this needs to be turned into that. That needs to be turned into that. That should do the trick with those. So then I need to find, let's see, I need to do the same thing with the i's. So where do I do an I plus 1, I plus 1, I plus 1, I plus 1? So I will say I is less than upper I and that. And then here I'm going to do the same thing. I is less than upper I and that. And I also have an I plus here. I is less than upper I and bam. And hey, let's see if I pass. Oh, what am I getting now? I'm expecting this, and what did I get? Received. Did I mess up both test cases? So interesting. It looks like I've messed up both test cases, right? Should out correctly with a middle case, lower boundary, and upper boundary is all fucked up. So I wonder why. Why don't we go ahead and console log something? I just want to console.log. What am I getting here? I'm getting... So this is my middle case that I'm getting is 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2, 0. So I skipped these two. 2, 0, 2, 1, and I skipped the end one. So that means I'm skipping the middle two. Basically anything with my upper J. Should it have been equals to or equals to? Upper J is... Oh, for one, I'm doing upper J for... No. If J is less than upper J... Oh, wait a second. J plus 1. Anybody seeing the problem? What is up with this? Why is that there? I don't understand why that was there. I don't know if that actually fixed anything. Why is that like that? Oh, I have a weird error here. Upper J. Oh, I don't have my ternary. That's why. And I'm only failing one now. Nope. I'm failing all of them. But why? Let's see. This is still correcting weird. Why is that there? Okay. Fixing one thing at a time. I'm getting that. Let's see. J is less than upper J. Do I have a question mark in all of these? So now I'm failing everything. Good thing I know I'm failing everything. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2, 0, 2, 1, and it's not grabbing the last one. So I'm going to look at the last one. I did the same thing here. No question mark. And then there. And then this. And then that. Bam, bam. Cool. Now I'm failing the middle case for some reason. Again. So this is the middle case. So I'm getting 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2, 0, 2, 1, and I'm still not hitting that last one. So, oh, if I is less than upper I and J is less than upper J, that should do the trick. Cool, and now I'm only failing the last one. So that's good. So that means I have all this code to pass the last one, and I just got to debug it. So I am going to say, let me go to my last one. I need to move this out of the way. So let's see. My last one, I want to do that console log. I have a feeling it's just a test case, but I'm not sure. So it could just be that my test case is bad. So let's see. I want to, in my last test case. Oh, right, because my point is 0, 0. Let's see what happens if I make my point 2, 2, like it's supposed to be. Do I pass? I pass! Hooray! That was just a guess that it was my test case. Okay, so now I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a lot. Like, now I have this like little chunk of reliable function that I could use where I'm getting those adjacent indices. So that's fucking sick. What do we spend? Like a fucking hour on that shit? Yeah, But whatever. This is a long ass problem. This is a hard LeetCode problem. I've literally never done a hard LeetCode problem before. This is my first time. So we haven't even gotten the first part of this done yet. We haven't even gotten to the diagonal part yet. So it goes. Whatever. Okay. So now if I check here, I have this thing working, and I should be able to. It's probably a good idea at this point to check a little bit further. So maybe we can go and we have this get adjacent lines function. I want to do one more. I want to do a larger matrix. Let's do a 4x4 or something like that. And then maybe do that. So it, and then should work on a 4x4 matrix in edge case. And I don't know, I'll just choose the upper right edge. I'm not going to be super thorough about my tests, but whatever. So, whoops. Cool. So now what I'm going to say is, let's let my matrix equal 4 matrix equals this. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're just going to paste that 4 times. Whoops. What? Oh, I don't know why. Cool. So now my point, we'll make it the upper right. So we'll call it 0, 3. 0, 3. And then expect, I could probably just copy this. And here we're going to expect that this should equal, let's see, 0, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. We'll see if that works. Yay, it works. So that's cool. And guess what? Here's what else is cool about this. So let's say later on in this process, I'm running into a weird edge case with the entire problem, right? So the whole problem is getting fucked up at this one edge case. Well, I could test this function at that edge case. I don't have to test the entire problem at once. I could be like, let's take a better look at this function. I want to check to make sure I am getting the adjacent indices correctly, because maybe it's just something wrong in here and not the entire thing. So the fact that I have this as a testable function for later on is fucking phenomenal, because now I could be like, oh, okay, later on if I fuck something up, it's so easy for me to pinpoint what's fucked up about it. Does that make sense? This is hideous. I don't know that I really like this, but we're rolling with it. Cool. All right, I think it's time for a quick push-ups, sit-ups, squats break. By the way, another benefit of this is, let's say we decide, hey, I've had enough of this problem today. Let's work on it tomorrow. It's not that hard for me to pick up on every single element of it because, hey, what does this function do? Oh, it gets adjacent indices? Okay, cool. Let me not think about it because I'm just going to trust that the function that I wrote yesterday works because I already wrote tests for it. So that's the other advantage to this is, like, let's say I want to work an hour a day on this problem. Me picking this up tomorrow is not going to be like a pain in the ass. It really won't be. All I have to do is check, oh, okay, does this function do what this function does? Now let me use it. I'll just do the next step tomorrow. Does that make sense? I think that's a huge benefit of coding this way. But yeah. All right. Get that brain pumping. I know I'm ready to like stop for a second if you want to.
Let's get them snacks colder.
Get them snacks. Doomy is fast asleep. No, he was until I started talking. Woo! All right. Refreshed. You feeling refreshed, Coulter?
Yeah, I feel fucked. I did 20 whole push-ups.
Everybody give him a clap. Good shit. Okay. So now, maybe I could break this Illuminate Matrix down into 2 parts. So we have all the indices for adjacent indices. Next, we need all of the indices for maybe the diagonal indices. So maybe I'll make another one, get diagonal indices, just to sort of follow this logic. Sweet. By the way, I also want to clarify that matrix and then a point. I do also want to clarify that, like, it's totally possible that someone could do this faster without doing test-driven development, without, without doing it this way. Someone might be able to do it faster. I just like doing it this way. It makes me, I think as a whole, I wind up getting a lot more done. I am going to start cleaning these up. Let's see. Cool. So nice. So for the diagonal, let's just go ahead and export it while I'm on this page. Normally, you're supposed to really start with the test first, actually. But that's kind of just a TDD mindset. So now we have this here. Give that a save. We're going to go here. And hey, look, I don't really even need to think about that anymore. If I want to, I could even put these in their own dedicated files. Like if I really want to, I don't actually have to have all of this on one page. I could very easily just make like a, oh, okay, get adjacent indices dot spec.js. So I could literally just grab everything from, let's say, here down. So I could grab all of that, dump it in here. Everything still functions exactly the same. Should be passing all those tests. Get adjacent indices is not defined because I didn't require for Illumination. I need to say const get indices. Cool. There we go. Sweet. Passed all my tests. And now my other one, I only have to worry about this grid illumination one. So I'm just showing you that you don't have to write it the same every time. Just because I do it a certain way does not mean you have to. In fact, fuck it. This time I will make a different file for each one. I don't know what like proper, like strategy is, but whatever. So this one will do get diagonal indices. Cool. Oh, that should have been .spec.js. I do like putting all of my functions on the same file, only because when I go to copy it over into like whatchamacallit, like LeetCode or something like that, they're all in the same spot. I also noticed that I jump around tests more than I jump around the code. just like naturally. So const get diagonal indices equals, I never really do this in separate files, but I just feel like doing something different today. Equals require, and we'll do grid illumination. Whoops. Dot slash grid illumination. Whoops. Cool. So now I can describe get diagonal indices. Another thing to note about TDD in general is that this doesn't actually have to be a function name. This is, in a lot of other types of testing, this part here would be, whoops. This part here would be like the feature that you're implementing. But for something like this, using it as a function name works perfectly. So I would say, like, let's make my matrix. I'm gonna make my matrix. We're gonna do it on a simple one first. So let's do it should basically draw an X if in the middle. I like that one. So, and then here, we're going to make our matrix. Oh, I don't need that const keyword, I guess. So our matrix is going to equal, let's do a 3 by 3 again. Cool. Whoops. Comma. Oh. And our point is going to equal, let's do 1, 1. So now we should say expect get diagonal indices of matrix and point dot to equal, and this time we should grab, let's see, we're going to need 1, 1 or 0, 0. We're going to need 2, 2. Cool. Oh, actually, we would need more. We need 0, 0. We would need 0, 2. Zero, 2. And then we would also need 2, 0. And I think that would be good. So I need to kind of think about this for a second. So like, I think what we would be doing is we'd be iterating. I'm wondering if there's a super efficient way of doing it, but like, let's say I had a point here. What would the relationship be? I would need to go for, let's say I have this point. I want to think about this for a second. So let's say, let's say for a second my point is the center. So if my point is the center, then I need to go, I'm going to get, let's see, 1, 0 is one of them. So to get the right diagonal, or the, I don't know, the forward slash, so to speak, I would get 1, 0, then I would get 0, 0, and then I would get 1, 1, So that means my point is 0, 0. So that means at like the row equals -1, the I minus 1, I have to grab J equals, oh no, this should be 0, 1. So that means J minus 1. So at I minus 1, I grab J minus 1. at I plus 1, I get j plus 1. So I think that kind of is the relationship. Is that I think what I kind of the strategy that I'm thinking is you loop over all I. So you loop over I, and then j is going to equal, there's basically two, to get the bottom right diagonal, j forward is going to equal, I would think, basically like point I minus I. No, I minus point I think. Right? Does that make sense? So in other words, I think here if, yeah. I want to think of a more complex case before moving on. I think this might be a good time to whiteboard something. So like to identify that point that I've hit, like I genuinely don't know how I would write this algorithm. And I guess this is really more of like a sense thing. Like I don't know that there's like an absolute thing that I'm getting here. But the other one was pretty clear to me how I would write that algorithm before I started coding anything, right? It was just like, hey, just grab everything next to it. I can pretty visually easily look and see. Here, I want to look at like 3 or 4 test cases at the same time. So actually, I'm not going to do it in a whiteboard. I'm going to do it just like drawn out, I think is easier just because I literally suck at whiteboarding. Let's make a few cases here. Let's say that we have a 4x4. 2, 3, 4. Oh, whoops. And I don't really care about the commas and stuff because it's just visually looking at it. So let's say that this is my point, right? So this means that my point is at, I don't know, it's at 2, comma, let's do one that's not like on this axis. Let's do one that's like off center. So actually, let's make this a 0. Let's make this our point. So first of all, the numbers that I should get would be here, 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 here. So now I have an idea of like which numbers I would need. But like, I guess what I'm thinking is, so let's see, P is going to equal, I think this would start help figuring out a mathematical relationship. P equals 1, comma 2. Cool. So the first point is, so at, I'm going to say I equals 0. We have J equals 1. And we also have, let's just worry about the forward one for right now. So at I equals 0, so we're just going to do the forward slash is what I'm going to call it. So at I equals 0, J equals 1. At I equals 1, J equals 2. At I equals 3, J equals 3. Okay? That's for the forward slash. So what's significant about this? So I would say at I equals, I'm going to call it I of P. So I of P minus 1, J equals J of that point minus 1. Does that make sense? I like that. I think that's a good way of thinking about this. At I equals I of I at the point, J equals J at the point. At I equals I at the of the point. I also missed one. That should have been 2. Sorry. At I equals I of the point plus 1. J equals J at the point plus 1. Do y'all agree with that so far? Like, that makes sense, right? Like, I'm not just crazy. So what that tells me is, as I'm looping through, I have to find so what this means is that the thing is that we're going to know I, and we have to calculate J. So actually, this is algebra right here. If I equals IP minus 1, right? So this is really going to be, what is this? What do we call this right here? The minus 1 is going to be the thing that changes. So that's going to be the distance. So I minus 1 is the same thing. I of P minus 1 is like our distance, right? So if I need to do math here. I haven't done algebra in a while. But this means that I plus, I guess this would be the D. This would, right here would be your distance, actually. No, wait, I need to think. I'm trying to think about this mathematically. I haven't done algebra in forever. Let's think. Here we would say difference equals 0. So maybe what I'll do is minus 0. But this minus 1 would be calculated. So what I'm thinking I need to do is say like IP minus I is going to be equal to D. So in other words, now what I'm saying is that here, this is going to be J minus D. And that should work. IP minus D. Well, no, you can't replace the I. This would be JP minus D. And then JP minus, whoops, D. So now it's going to come out weird at first, but basically what we're saying is we're going to grab at the point and then minus a value, and then that's how we get it. So I think that that's basically what it winds up being, is that this one is going to be minus and the other one's going to be plus D. Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure that's going to solve our problem. I'm going to try actually like just doing it and seeing what happens at first, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. So in other words, let's say my J here is 2. One of them is going to be, the distance here is 1. Okay. Minus 1, plus 1. Distance here is 1, minus 1, plus 1. Distance here is 2, minus 2, plus 2. Does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking we got to do. So, cool. Okay, so now I have a much better idea of what's going on here. And by the way, this distance is an absolute value anyways. So we don't actually need to concern over which direction it is. It doesn't really matter. But it's, well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter because we're just going to do minus and plus either way. I think that that'll do the trick. So let's try coding it now. Do y'all feel good about that level of understanding before hopping into the code? because I think now I feel good about that. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to, let's see, I am going to go into my grid illumination.js, and I am going to say, okay, so we're looping through this thing. For, we're going to say let I equal 0, I is less than matrix.length. Oh, whoops. I plus plus. So what I'm going to do is at each I, if, so I'm going to say let, we're going to call this indices is going to equal an empty array. We're just going to push into that empty array. So if it's in bounds. So we'll worry about the bounds afterwards. Let's just get this logic down. So our point, so I would say distance is going to equal math.abs, which is just absolute value of point minus I, point indexed at 0 minus I. Should do the trick, I think. And cool. So now what I'm going to say is if, I guess, I think this will do the trick. If point, I'm sorry, if, yeah, let's say, if j minus distance is greater than or equal to 0, then indices dot push, we're going to say I, wait, I never did a j. Why did I do j minus, oh, j is point, 0.1 is greater than indices dot push I comma 0.1 minus distance. And realistically, I should just define that here. So we're going to say, we'll call it left equals 0.1 minus distance. And then here we'll say delete there. So if left is greater than or equal to, then push that. And then also right is going to be 0.1 plus distance. So then I'm going to do something similar here. Oh, and the whole reason why I did that is because I just don't want to redefine the same variable twice. So here, this would be left. Wait, I not? Oh, whoops. Oh, I see why. Yeah, let's go there. Left. And then right. So now we're going to say if right is less than matrix dot length, indices dot push, and then right. Does that make sense? And I think that should do the trick. It just, the order might be fucked up in the test. I don't know if there's a way to make it order agnostic in Jest. I think that'd be sweet. But let's see what I got. My test suite must contain at least one test. Whatever. Expected that, received undefined. I have to return my indices. Okay, so I'm having difficulty reading that. So what I'm going to do is I want to go to grid illumination dot. This is what I don't like about having everything in all these files. Because this was diagonal indices. Okay, cool. So I want to, let's console.log that. Let's console.log get diagonal indices of, oh, did I do? Let's do get diagonal. Oh, wait, no, it should be grid illumination, get diagonal. Well, lesson learned about, so I have matrix and then point. Lesson learned about not putting everything in a bunch of files. I don't like it. I changed my mind. I want to console.log this. So console.log get diagonal indices, matrix, and then point, just so I can see what I'm getting. I think it'll be a little easier to read. So I am getting, because it could be that I'm getting the right values, but in the wrong order. What am I running? Grid illumination must have at least one test. I'm just going to skip this for now. Cool. So get diagonal, matrix.length, length of undefined. Oh, I think that's just because I have matrix already defined here. Get diagonal. So I have matrix here, and then I defined it here too. I think it doesn't like that. That kind of sucks. Let's do, oh, no, it's just because of that. Get diagonal indices, matrix, point. So I got, what did I expect? 0, 0, 0, 2, 2, 0. Oh, I'm getting the, okay, so this is actually working. I'm just not getting the value. I'm just adding also the value of the original thing. So it's totally working. I'm just getting extra values. Sweet. So that means that all I need to do, I could change my expectations or I could filter it out. So I think I'm going to filter it out. So I am going to say, do I want to filter it out? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't filter it out. I don't think ultimately it would add that many steps, but fuck it, I'll just filter it out. And nah, I'm not going to filter it out. Yeah, I'm not going to bother filtering it out. So, well, maybe if I did an else if here, I at least wouldn't get that double. So now I should get the same thing. I just don't get that double 1, 1. No, I shouldn't do that. Because that's definitely way wronger. Why is that more wrong? Else if right is less than matrix.length. I don't understand why that changed that so drastically. Oh, right, because no, yeah, I can't do that. I do not do the else if. I need to do, let's see. I think I'm just gonna leave it doubled for now. I don't like it, but I mean, I could very easily do a and wrap point 1 does not equal left. That would probably do the trick. And for now, I'm going to do this point 1 does not equal Yep, that did the trick. Cool, we'll roll with it for now. Sweet. So now I have the diagonal indices hopefully working. We'll try it on a harder test case. I think it will work. I feel pretty confident about this because like the edge cases are not weird. You know what I mean? Like that was a terrible description for anything. What I mean by that is like it's a pretty concrete if statement, I feel like. Cool. It should work. I'm just gonna say it should work on a 4x4. In a weird spot on a 4x4. And this time I'm going to expect, let's do a 4x4. So bam, bam. Let's go here. Bam. Cool. And we are going to do, let's make our point. Yeah, 1x1 works. So I'm expecting one here, 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 and down there. So I am, no, let's do one that's not, like that's off axis. So let's go there. Yeah. Well, I guess it kind of was off axis. We're going to choose that point though. So we're going to choose, I want to choose 1, 2. So our point is going to be 1, 2. And for now, I'm just going to mark this with an X so I don't lose track of thought. So we're going to have 0, 1 will be our first point. Our second point will be 0, 3. Then we'll have 2, 1. And then we'll have 2, 3. And then we're gonna have 0. Sorry, we're gonna have 3, 0, right? Will it work? Come on, baby. In a weird spot. Oh, probably should do. Also, I want to check to make sure this thing works. If I just, like, this should really work if I put in, like, a 1 or something. It doesn't really care about what that value is. But cool, it's working. Sweet. So we just got through, like, one of the more difficult parts, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much harder this problem is going to get. But, yeah, that was not easy. Like, that was a lot to do. Like, for something that seemed so simple, that really was not simple. I don't know if y'all agree, but I didn't think that was simple. So that was fun. I didn't know you could do that. I just learned a Vim thing on accident. If you do capital D, I think it does your last delete thing. So let me just try this. Delete 0. So now if I go to the end and then I do capital D. No, it didn't work. I guess delete just, oh, does capital D just delete to the end of the line? It just deletes to the end of the line. That's fucking cool. Cool. Awesome. Nice. That'll help me out. That's sick. Sick. I need to water break. Okay, so what's cool is we're 2 steps of the way there. If I feel like quitting now, that's okay, because tomorrow I can come keep working on it. And I've made progress. But I don't feel like quitting just yet. So Fuck it. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that we are getting an illuminated version of the matrix from before. So now what we want to do is we want to put in to a matrix of zeros. If I choose a point, right, I should get spit out the properly illuminated version of that matrix. Okay? And this has to work with whether or not it starts as zeros or ones. I'm going to have either zeros or ones in there. Make sense? Because I have to show whether or not it is illuminated already. Make sense? Cool. I'm going to do a quick commit. And I am going to say add commit. You'll see why also in a second. I'm going to say add commit. I have done get diagonal indices. And get adjacent are complete. Do that. Cool. I'm just going to go ahead and do a git push origin head. Bam. Nice. Sweet. So now watch this. If I run that npm test, just watch -o only looks for ones that are new in your commit. So now I don't have to look at all those other tests. It's only ones since the previous commit. So if I write a new test, yeah, it'll show up. Otherwise, I don't have to even worry about them, which I think is kind of cool. So let's close out of some of these. I feel like maybe it's a good time for push-ups. What do you think, Augie?
Do it.
Let's do it. All right, push-up time. Okay, sweet. Coffee. Phone. Oh, wow. My brother just ordered a PS5. Hello, buddy. Whew. All righty. So now we're about to do a good chunk of this problem, which is illuminating based off of where light is. So let's see. Now we can start working on that Illuminate Matrix function. So here, if this is my matrix, this is my input. I'm just going to do input output. Wait a minute. Matrix. Oh, the input needs to be a point. Oop, that's not what I wanted, obviously. So our input needs to be a point, right? So let's do 1, 0, comma 0 should output that. So that is right. Okay. So now what we need to do is, this should be a really easy function. So first of all, we got to unskip this. So we're going to go to here. Give this a save. And if I'm right, I should be failing this test. Oh, no, I'm passing, but just because I hard-coded it. So let's go to that. What is that function called? Illuminate Matrix. Cool. So this should be pretty easy. Watch this. Ready? Get, we can say, diagonal indices equals get diagonal indices matrix light position. Okay. Let's see. Adjacent indices equals get adjacent indices matrix light position. And now, probably need a const there. Now what I can do is, well, I need to go through this entire matrix. But I think what's probably better to do is make a copy of this matrix and then just change that copy. So the standard way of copying a matrix, I can't just do like const new matrix equals matrix, or even matrix copy, whatever. I just don't want to alter the original. I'm going to try and do this like functional programming style, so where I don't really like change the original one. I change like the one that exists. I guess I am mutating. It's not really functional, but. So what I have to do now then is, in order to get a proper copy of this, you can do JSON.stringify this. So that turns this into a string. And then to turn it back into array, you parse that string that you created, and now you have a proper copy there. A little JavaScript hack. Cool. So the next thing that I'm going to do is, now I have this matrix copy. So that means I can tweak the parts of it, which I think is cool. So basically what I could do is, I need to think about this, because one thing I realized is that this is something that's going to be difficult. I didn't realize this before. Damn. Oh, no, it's not going to be that difficult. But you have to do it in reverse also. But I think to do it in reverse, you would just start with, I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Doing that in reverse might not actually be that easy. I have to think for a second. How will I do this in reverse? I don't know. We'll worry about that when we get to it. Because what I could do is unilluminate matrix. Or I can just track where all of the lights are. That might be a much better idea. I think that's a much better idea. So I'm glad we talked about this. Instead, what we're going to do is, we're going to do light positions. I like that. So now, in my specs, actually, for now, this is going to be one light point. And it should equal this. I should be failing this right now. Failed. Okay, so the goal would be I run through all of them and do it, which is kind of cool. I think that makes the most sense. So interestingly enough, it shouldn't be that hard. All I should really need to do is loop through these. So light positions dot for each light position. Bam, 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 bam. So now I have, oh, my matrix copy needs to be outside of that though. Awesome. So then what I need to do is loop through each of these. So I need to do diagonal indices dot for each, and I'll say point. What I want to do is I want to say if the matrix copy do I even really need to bother with that? Let me think. If the matrix copy, I don't even need an if statement. I should be able to just say matrix at light position 0, and then light position 1, or what I should be able to do is just do dot 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 light position. That I'm going to do it this way first and then refactor it afterwards just to be safe, because I'm pretty sure that would work. Light position 0, and then light position 1. So I'm just saying this is going to equal 1. And then I also have to do the same thing with, oh, this shouldn't be light position. This should be point. So I have to do that for all the diagonal indices, and I have to do that for all of the adjacent indices. Cool. So matrix, and this should be point. And I think there's a fancier way of writing that, but for now we'll just do this. It equals 1. And then instead of returning this here, I should return my matrix copy. Oh, that's why that was breaking. So I should return cool. Ah, fuck you. Expected. I hate that output. I don't like the print output of jest sometimes. Not gonna lie on that. I bet there's a way for you to change that though. Let's see why. Let's matrix input would be 0, 0. Oh, inputs is what that should say, first of all. And then now I want to do, let's console log that. Whoops. Be inside that. So let's see what we got. What did I get? I got 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Interesting. Well, that's a problem. Did I actually change? Oh, because I did matrix, not matrix copy. Ha ha ha. See if that worked. Cool. Now what I got was, I didn't actually get a console log. Interesting. Encountered a declaration exception. Oh. Why is that like that? Points. I don't understand why that was like that. Why is that? Oh, hold up. Oh, fucking duh. I'm dumb, 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 dumb. Indexed at 0.0. Indexed at 0.1. That should do the trick. Indexed at 0.0. Oh, I can't do what I thought I could do. I can't just index inside of an index. That was dumb. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh man, I was thinking MATLAB. That's how I like originally learned how to program. What did I console.log? Why did I not console log anything? Let's see. A declaration exception. Does it not let you change the deep matrix? That's something I'm curious about. I want to just check this in a node terminal. So I'm just going to go node, and I want to see if, I'm wondering if I can't do that. Indexed at 0 equals 1. Let's do matrix equals, let's go 1, 2, 3. And I want to say matrix indexed at 0, indexed at 1 is going to be equal to 3. Matrix. No, that works. Any thoughts, fellers? Let's see if I get that declaration. Oops. Because I'm not even hitting that console log. That's what's strange to me. Did I do a console log? Oh no, I didn't have a console log. That's why. Whoops. Okay, so I'm getting this right now, which is expected. And before, I was getting 0, 1, 0. Okay, so now I have some useful information. So I'm getting 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1. Wonder why. 0, 0. I'd be curious to like just look at what I'm getting inside of there. So here, let's do. Oh, wait, yeah. Let's do console.log diagonal indices. Let's try that first. See if that looks good. So my diagonal indices are, I'm getting 1, 1. So here, 2, 2, and I'm not getting 0, 0. Interesting. Which is strange because we did that test case, didn't we? We did that test case here. I said 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 if it's in the middle. And I expected it to get 0, 0, 0, 2. And the one that I was logging was my diagonal indices, right? Console.log diagonal indices. Light position. What is light position equaling? Did I fuck something up? Console.log. Whoops. Light position equals Oh, I'm doing Ruby. What am I thinking? Light position. And then I need a close a tag. So I really should only be getting 1, and it should be light position equals 0, 0. So I am getting that. What's strange? What is my matrix? Should be that. So what's interesting is it's not like testing is a replacement for like console logging. You could still totally use console logging. Indices, and then let's also do, I want to also check, oh, well, this should probably be the matrix copy for one. This should probably be the copy. But I don't think that that would cause an issue. I also want to console.log the matrix. The matrix. Let's see what we got. So my light position is 0, 0. My diagonal indices are 1, 1. I don't like that print there. And 2, 2. So that's not all of them. What is my matrix? Oh God, that is the worst. I am not doing it that way. Let's see. What I could do is this. I think that'll print nicer. And oh, I don't need this, obviously. I should do that as well. Let's see what we're getting. Oh, my matrix is still fucking print. My matrix not right? This should also be matrix copy. Let's see. Oh, and this is going to fuck up too. Oh, no, that's fine. So my light position is 0, 0. My diagonal indices that I'm getting are that, which is bad. That's not right. Maybe because my matrix looks right. Get diagonal indices. What's weird is when I check this on the exact same thing, so I check this on matrix point. So my matrix is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, that was with my point being 1, 1. Oh, I need to check it with 0, 0. Did I check it on 0, 0? We never checked it on 0, 0. So that might be a good thing to do now, because maybe it's not working on 0, 0. Oh, whoops. It should. So now I can do, my matrix will be 0, 0, point will be 0, 0, and I expect to get 0, 1, no, 0, 0. No, I don't want 0, 0, but I get 1, 1, and 2, 2. And that should be it. Oh, it was right. That was right. I don't know why I was thinking that was wrong. That's right. I'm getting the correct ones. Because look, let's see. I don't know whether this actually ran as a test. Whatever, it didn't run. But I think we're good. I think that was actually giving me what I want. 1, 1, and 2, 2 is all that I would need, right? So let's go back to my grid illumination. So yeah, so 1, 1, and 2, 2 is exactly what I should get for my diagonal indices. They're right. I was being dumb because we're at 0, 0. So the diagonal would be here, and that's it. I was thinking that it was like an X. It's not 1, 1. That was just a brain fart. And then I also need this guy, and this guy. Oh, I know why. We forgot to grab the row. We literally just forgot to grab the row and the column. So we also need to get the row indices, and we also need to get the column indices. But that's easy. We could probably write really fast functions for that. So what I might do is do a get row and get column. So like I just need to think. We also need to go through each one in the row. So I'm just going to do that here. I don't think I need to do a get row indices because I think that's pretty simple. The only thing is I don't necessarily want to do I want to go in and index this matrix all these times and repeat that? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's actually more efficient. Whoops. Oh, fuck. I'm going to delete this test since I'm not actually running it right now. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to go to my here. The problem is that we're just not grabbing. We also have to grab all of the row indices. So I could probably just do this really easy. So I will say, fuck it, I might as. Oh, what do y'all say? Well, no, what have we been going for? Like 2 hours? I'm gonna keep going. I think we might be able to finish this. I don't know. By 5? I don't know if I want to binge that. Oh man, my brain is starting to feel that hit that point. I should drink some coffee. The good news is that this is actually like pretty easy to, get. I think we should, because really what I'd like to do just for consistency in how I'm coding this thing is also make like a get horizontal like axis and a get vertical axis. So I'm going to do that. So I don't like that I'm doing that right now, but it seems like the right time to do it, even if it doesn't feel good. Cool. I'm going to skip this one for now. Give that a save. Run into my terminal. And we're going to do a get horizontal. For some reason, though, like, I really do feel like when I do test TDD, like, it's like it points me in the right direction. For whatever reason, it's like, oh, okay, I was able to look at stuff really easy because of how I have everything set up. So we can do horizontal. We'll keep that same matrix point. We can do a vertical. And here, for right now, I'm just going to return false so that way it doesn't collapse on me. Return false, spam. And you know what? We're going to make another spec file. And maybe what I could do is I could dump all these in the same one. So I could do get adjacent, get diagonal, get get diagonal indices, get horizontal indices, get, yeah. What is this saying is wrong? I don't know, it won't tell me. Interesting. Oh, anyways, I think it maybe just be that I'm not horizontal indices, get vertical indices. So now what I could do is I'm going to dump this all into the diagonal one and change the name of it. Not diagonal. I'm going to dump these tests into the other one. So bam. And we're going to go to the adjacent. And here we can do one of the file. Bam. Cool. And then cool. We're not doing anything with that. That's okay. So now what I'm going to do, I have my adjacent. I have my diagonal tests. I want to just delete this diagonal thing. Make sure I have my diagonal tests in here. So let's see. Yep, I have my test for that. So I should be able to just delete this. And what I would do is I would call this maybe get indices .js. Cool. I think that's going to make my brain work better. There's too many files open. So awesome. So now I want to test get horizontal indices. Sweet. So we're going to go here. Describe get horizontal indices. This is going to, y'all do not have to stay, by the way, out of respect. Like, just so you know, you've been here a while. If you're just getting bored, go for it.
No, this is great because when I looked at it, I was just like, I don't even know where to start. Like, it's a really hard question for sure. So this is helpful.
It's just a lot of steps. Like, I don't, because I'm sure looking at this, you're probably like, this actually isn't, there's nothing here that's that insane, right? Like, I haven't done anything that's mind-blowing at all. All I've done is just a bunch of code. Like, really, that's the way I look at it, is that this is just a lot of code. It's not really like anything fancy. And yeah, you're going to watch some person do this online and who can do like, let me solve this algorithm. If the edge case is blah, 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 they're going to do it so fast. Don't even worry about being that person. Those people have been coding for a long ass time and don't really even give a shit about explaining shit to people. Cool. So
yeah, really helpful too, seeing all the tests, like how helpful tests can be.
I really like TDD for this kind of stuff. I think TDD for like making a website, I don't think that you get these benefits as easily. It takes a lot more practice to get that. Because there's so many, right now I'm basically just using the describe, the it, and the expect in Jest. There's so many different functions that come into play when you're dealing with like integrating like a browser, like and actually like looking at elements on a page. And there's so many different philosophies on how you do it. Unit testing is like the easiest kind of testing to learn. So that's what this is. This is very much so just unit testing. Sweet. So we're going to expect get horizontal indices. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a matrix equals this. So we'll do another 0, 0, 0. We'll wrap this bam, 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 bam. And then we'll do a comma. That could be our matrix. Our point. Should we do horizontal? You probably should do horizontal and vertical in the same slice, I'm thinking. Only because then you loop through it once. So get cross indices is what I'm going to call that. Does that make sense? Watch this. You'll see what I mean, I think. So I'm going to get rid of get horizontal indices, get rid of this. And now this is going to say, oh, whoops. Get cross indices. So I think that this makes sense because if you're looping through everything anyways, you might as well, if you're going to loop through I and J, you might as well knock out both at the same time. So that's how I'm going to do it. Awesome. So I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this get, whoops. Oh, it's change space word. Okay, cool. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say get cross indices of, we're going to say matrix and then our point. We're going to expect this to equal, part of me, we'll figure it out. To equal, for now, I'm thinking that we'll just dump all of them in one. So I think it should be like, I think this is the way it should calculate it. It should be like 0, 0, except for we don't want that one. So we're going to do 0, 1. You know what? One of them, I think, has to have it. I'm going to leave it out of them. So 0, 1. And then I also expect 0. Oh, wait. It should probably, yeah. 0, 1, 0, 2. Then we're going to want 1, 0. And then we're going to want 2, 0. I think that's the order which they would come back. We might get that order fucked up. There's probably a way to compare on jest, like equal, but order doesn't matter. There might be like a to contain or something like that. To equal dot ignore order. Oh, okay. You could sort it, but if its primitive values. If it's objects, combine it with a map function. Nah, fuck that. We're not doing that. We're just going to be careful about how we write our tests. Message me. That's going to have to wait. Holy shit balls. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to go to our, to get our cross indexes. I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to loop through. So I don't think we need to actually loop through twice, though. We can just loop through one dimension is what I'm thinking. We'll see. For let I equal 0, I is less than matrix.length, I plus plus. Also, I got to check a staff message real quick. I think that might have been something mildly important. Let's see. Cool. Sweet. That means I might get a ski day on Friday. Don't tell anybody. Okay, awesome. So that's what I meant by important. Sweet. So looking here, we're iterating through and okay. So first of all, we want to say if I, yep, this is all that it is. If I is equal to point indexed at I, wait, point indexed at 0, or if J, we don't want to loop for J. I think that maybe what we can do is say, actually, yeah, this is easier. If I is equal, then we can get, yeah, because we don't have to loop through all of them. So if I is equal to that point, then we have to loop through all of them. For let I or j equals 0, j is less than matrix dot length, and then j plus plus. So you do have to loop through them, but you only have to loop through them if you're on the right I term. Does that make sense? You'll see what I mean, I think. But we're going to create like an indices equals that. And then, oh, I don't know why I drew the comma there. So I would say indices dot push. We're going to push I comma j. Yep. And then else, oh, and if it's not equal to that, this is what's kind of cool, is that no matter what each time, oh, and then I would say, yeah, we also need an if statement here. If j does not equal, oh wait, actually, you know what? I'm just going to do an else. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll do an else here. That'll be cleaner. Else, I think this works. I think this will work. Else you can do indices dot push. So j is not defined in this code. So you would push I and then 0.1. Does that make sense? Because that's going to remain constant as you're iterating through. What am I messing up here? There we go. Cool. I think that'll do the trick. And then I return indices. But the thing is with this, I'll get the first one, whatever. I'll get the original one. That's okay. I don't really care right now. I'm not too worried about optimization. So now, if I get my cross indices, expect cross indices, matrix of point, I'm going to include 0, 0 on there because I think it's just easier for right now. Why am I getting a skip here? Describe get cross indices. There's no skip on it. Is there an only on here somewhere? Huh. Interesting. Oh, it's because this is called getIndices.js and not getIndices.spec.js. You could also call it .test.js. That works too. Fun fact. Oh, now I'm getting that upper right edge problem. Oh, I have nested tests. Uh-oh. What'd I do? I think I just meant to get rid of this. Yep, right there. Yep, there's my problem. Okay, I have to get the... Let's just do... Oh, how many of mine are nested? Oh, fuck. Describe. I don't know where this ends. Let's see. I'm curious. I think I could cheat and use a Vim thing. Yep. So I think I have multiple of these nested. Okay, so I wasn't running anything. That's why what my problem was. I think this should not be that hard of a fix. Hopefully I didn't fuck anything up. Seems scary. I want to keep looking through it. It's probably some faster way of doing this, but okay. I think that's the end of it. Because let's see. Please be right. Get diagonal indices is not a function. Cool, well that's good. So, no, something is wrong here. Fuck, what did I do? I don't know what I'm undoing right now. We'll give this a save. Let's see. I need to close this out so I can look at things better. Get. It should. This describe. Where does these its end? Bam. So this needs to be ripped out. Okay. So we'll do one at a time. Sorry about this, y'all. This is not, this was sloppy editing. Okay. Now I need to do that with the next describe. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I've crossed over to another one. So this is the pink, and I'm ending on, so this is ending on this green line. So that means I can pull all the way out there, delete. Let's get you out in the open here. Cool. Holy shit, I fucked up. Damn. Describe. Yep, this one I need to get rid of too. Holy shit. Oh, that's not good. Cool. And you know what? These are in line with each other, so I could get them both at the same time. Describe. Describe on that green. Let's see. Cool. This should do it. There we go. Does that look righter? I think so. Something's wrong though still. Nope, that was not right. Oh, lordy lord. This describe ends. This describe keeps going until I hit more describes. I literally think this would be easier to do in a different color theme, so I'm switching my color theme for that reason. It's just easier for me to tell which indents are which. I swear to God, because it's clearer for me to tell. Okay, this thing is on the green, so anything that lines up with that green, cool. Green. Describe. Green. Describe. Green. Bam. Okay. There we go. Here. This should. Okay, there we go. That looks right. Okay. Let's make sure there's no more nested describes. Okay. Oh, that was a silly mistake. Okay, now I'm getting a regular error. Get diagonal indices. I'm going to change back to the high contrast. This is important. See how fast that was to change, though? It's really strange when like the color theme actually affects you. Or here, I can choose. This is the one that Vim people love. Groovebox. They love this one. They're huge fans of it. Or the one that Kyle has is solarized. Here, wait. If you want me to look more Kyle-like. I think that's it. See if that's it. Oh, yeah. Now we're Kyling it. Oh, whoops. Color theme, solarized. Which one is the most Kyle-like? Definitely the plus. Yeah. Now we're Kyling. Now we have the ability to code properly. I'm just playing. Okay. So now I need to change this get diagonal indices should not be that anymore. It should be get cross indices. And this should not basically draw a thing in the middle. Oh, wait, no, the diagonal indices is what we want. I lied. We do want that diagonal indices. I just probably haven't imported it. What is it saying isn't a function? Get diagonal indices is not a function. Oh. Yep. I just forgot to export it. Cool. Now we're getting regular thing. Get adjacent indexes. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, that was that case that I wrote before. So get, let's say 2, 2. 0.22. Because this was working, right? I'm pretty sure if I get rid of this, we should be good. I just want to check. I am getting all sorts of fucking errors here. Upper boundary case of 2, 2. What should this be? So, oh man, I'm sure this is deterring from development. Really what the problem was is that I edited a bunch of code without anything actually running, so I didn't know I fucked it up. So that's my bad. But what I probably should do is fix this. So if I'm doing get adjacent indices at 2, 2, what is the problem that I'm getting? Is it because matrix is not defined in here? Received plus 20. Okay, so I think what I should expect is, I just want to make sure. If I was at 2, 2, I would expect 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. That sounds right. What did I mess up? What did I get? I'm thinking that the matrix is not defined here for whatever reason. This is good Vim practice. Oh yeah, I'm getting a lot of answers. What is my matrix? Oh yeah, this is why. So my matrix should be 0, 0, 0. Oh, whoops, 0. Oh, fucking A. 0, 0, 0. The problem is for some reason I used, I don't know, when things got scrambled around, this wound up inputting the wrong matrix. Cool. Now I'm back to regular errors. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that little tangent there. And get rid of this console log. And now I want my cross indices. So now that I'm here, cross indices of my matrix, well, this certainly doesn't look right. I expect it to equal, let's see, my point is going to be what? Oh, for 1, I should probably hard code a point. So we can say, let's do 0, 0. And, oh wait, it should be points. So that'll work. And it should equal, this shit looks weird. Hang on a second. To equal, what do we expect? We expect 0, 0. then it would pick up 0, 1, then it would pick up 0, 2, whoops, then it would pick up 1, 0, then it would pick up 2, 0, and that should be everything. So what did we get? Cross indices is not defined. Oh, that probably would have been an easier thing to fix first of all. Because I think that that's at the top of the page. Get cross indices. Bam. And this time, let's console log it. So one thing that's cool about Vim is I can just find the next instance of that word. And I just want to highlight everything inside of there. That did not work. Hold up. Oh. Oh, wait, no, it did. Okay. Sorry. Ink inside parentheses. And then I want to console log that. See what I got? Oh, wait, no, it should just be a point. That's what it is. It's supposed to be a point. Let's see if that gives me what I want. I think it was supposed to be a point. My bad. Yep. It was supposed to be a point. The other thing was points for like the Illuminate Matrix. And now we're passing. Cool. Awesome. So we could test this with another one, probably. Why not? It's probably pretty easy. I could actually put multiple of these expects right after each other. And also notice how I didn't do this with an it. You don't have to. You can use an it. An it like isolates it to like specific tests. Let's do this with a 4x4. So we'll say 4x4 equals, we'll do 0, 0, and then, whoops. And then how about we choose the point, I don't know, let's do matrix, or we'll do 4x4 here. I think that we're good to go, but always worth double checking. We've already put in this much work and been secure. So I want to choose, let's go 1, 1. So our cross axis should return first 0, 1, then 1, 1, 0, then 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Then it should return. Actually, I'm just gonna. After that, we should have 3, 2, 1, and 3, 1. Right? 2, 1, 3, 1. That should do the trick. Nice, we passed. Cool. So now we can fucking go back to that illuminating the square thing. This is maybe the longest, most detailed problem I've ever worked on. Just fun fact. Glad I'm getting it on video. I'm totally going to upload this to LinkedIn. I'm going to be like, hey, if anybody wants to watch a 5-hour fucking video, here's one of me solving a goddamn stupid fucking LeetCode problem. Cool. So now, I guess what the next step would be is we also need to grab const cross indices equals get cross indices. Bam. And now we're going to do that on the matrix copy and also the light position. Cool. And now we just have to do another one. So we're going through each of the adjacent indexes, each of the diagonal indexes, and now each of the cross indices. Cool. So now, hopefully, I should be able to go down to my grid illumination.js. I'm sorry, my grid. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, what is going on with my brain? Spec.js, this one. I should be able to go to this and unskip it, and we'll see if I pass. Hey, we passed it, baby! That's what I'm talking about. And let's give it some more test cases to make sure that we do pass it in difficult situations. All right, I'm gonna fucking stand. Fuck you. That's why. Fuck you, Denny's. No, it's what is up, Denny's. Sorry, man. That video was great. It's such a short, amazing video. Awesome. Drinking some water. Whew. This is great. I'm having a great time and a horrible time at the same time. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah,
Okay. So now we're going to test it on, I don't know, let's do it a couple more. So this is a higher level function. So I think it's good to maybe test this in a little bit more circumstances. Because we can always add test cases to the lower level ones. And we'll know if the lower level ones work if the edge cases come out right on the higher level one. So I don't need to come up with a million edge cases for the lower level functions. When if the higher level ones work, then that means that we're good. So I guess what I'm going to do is I am going to take, I'm going to take like, let's see. Let's just make a few more test cases. So what's interesting, oh, I did something dumb. I used this it statement and put nothing in there. So I think what I'll do is I'll group them. Let's do it in here. What's nice is you can store the variables there. So let's do, because remember, we also have to do this multiple times. So let's do this. And then what we can do is, I think what I'm going to do is rather than hard code that, I think what I'm going to do is I'm sorry, I am going to hard code is what I'm saying. So this I'm going to make, I think this will be more readable is all. You'll see what I mean. So here I can use the same matrix for multiple tests. I'll do it with a matrix of, I would say maybe here works on a 3x3. Cool. So we'll do that. And then what I can do is I can have the same matrix for each of these tests and then hard code this output. So that way we can kind of like look at this thing a little bit more carefully, I think is what I would say. And it's just easy. It'll become more readable. So here, let me delete that. We're saying it should equal this. Okay, so this should still pass, but now I think we can write more readable stuff. So we're using the same matrix input for all these, but now we can maybe test other things. So I would expect Illuminate Matrix. I would expect that if I did this with 0, 0, and then maybe, oh, I don't know, this one, I'm going to get all ones. Everything will be, it's like a name of a fucking movie. Everything is illuminated. 2, 2, and now I would expect this to equal all ones. So that's a nice test. That's probably easy to format. Cool, we passed that one. Awesome. So this is like saying, what if I want to input multiple things there, right? Cool. Let's do that again, something similar to that, but let's give it a different starting point. So I want to try something that's not just like a corner. So maybe what I would do is like, let's do 0, 1. Let's just start with 0, 1. So for 0, 1, I would expect, I'm going to fail that, hopefully. I would expect this to be lit. I would expect this to be lit. I would expect this to be lit. Everything basically but these. So that should be nice. So I think that'll probably do the trick. And I'm going to stop testing. Like, I think I'm good to stop. So that worked. Cool. So everything is behaving as expected now. I think it's probably worth doing some more complex test cases. So I'm just going to do another one. It should work with a 5 by 5. Fuck it. We're skipping the 4. Okay. So now let's do a 5 by 5. We'll give it a matrix equals this. We'll go. By the way, isn't it amazing how much I've been able to do without looking at LeetCode once? Like, this is what's cool about testing is like, it really does drive you forward. It's like, what's going wrong? I'm going to look at these tests. I'm going to use the feedback to do the next thing. So it's pretty sweet. I really like the mindset. 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's make 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. So bam, we have a 5 by 5 now. And maybe what we could do is we could say expect. Let's do it right in the middle. I want to see it work in the middle, and I want to see it work on the edge. So I'm going to expect Illuminate Matrix of, let's go Illuminate Matrix of matrix, and then let's start off with 1 point. So let's do, I guess we could start off with the edge case works. 0, 0, and this needs to be points. So this is actually still wrapped in that. Expect that, and then dot to equal. And in here, we'll probably dump in, let's see. We're expecting a grid of 5. So I'm going to just make the base. And then copy, save, it's easier to edit. And now what I'm expecting is, if I'm at this beginning part, I'm expecting a 1 here, a 1 here, a 1 here, a 1 here. That's all the adjacent ones. But then also here, here, here. Also here, here, here. Also here, here, here. So that should cover everything. Sick. Passed. We could do another one. So I'll start with a matrix. And if I start at 0, 0, let's do another point on there. Or actually, let's do the base edge cases. I think is what I want to do first. So we could also do 4, 4. Whoops, I replaced 4. I replaced 0 with 4 4s. Vim. Wait, what did I fuck up? Oh yeah, no, that's right. So now what I expect. Oh, is this at least running now? Hold on a second. Why is it saying I failed? Okay, no, something's wrong here with my syntax, I think. Matrix? No, I think it's right. So what I'm expecting is, wait, what is going on? What is wrong with my syntax? I'm missing like a parenthesis or something. Yeah, that's exactly what I am. I'm missing a parenthesis there. Okay, so now I'm going to get a regular fail. So what I expect is I'm going to start with, you know what? I'm going to start with the 0, 0s. So I'm going to copy those. Bam. And then I want to replace these. I think it's just easier for me to think. I don't know if y'all agree, but I expect, let's see, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's what I expect. And then a solid test would be combining both of them. So we can expect, whoops. We can expect, whoops. I would say 0, 0, and then 4, 4 to basically just have this here, this here, this here. Oh, whoops. This here, this here, this here, this here. That should do that trick. Pass, cool. And then also we could test like some of the weirder spots. Like I definitely want to check to make sure that like an X or something like that would be drawn correctly. So I'm going to copy one of these base cases where it's not like, base case is not the right word. There's definitely a fancier word for that that I'm not using. But I want to check to make sure it's, I want to check to make sure that it's working for that. So, hola, Damon. We've gotten like maybe half of the way. This is a fucking hard ass problem. There's like a lot to it. I think we've probably written over 1,000 lines of code already.
I remember you saying that this morning. That was going to be a rough one.
It's rough, but honestly, it's doable. It's totally doable. It's just a lot of code. So, yeah, it's been a lot. It's fun. So, we're basically right now I have to check to see like there's I want to replace this with more. So the whole point is that there's like light bulbs that illuminate around them, and we're checking to see if we are correctly illuminating our matrix by placing a light in the correct spot. So in this case, what we want to do, for example, is I want to place a light, let's say here, right? So if I place a light here, I expect this to be lit up. And then also what they basically say is the horizontal axis will be lit up. The vertical axis will be lit up. The diagonal axis will be lit up. And everything adjacent to this will be lit up as well. Which I think I just realized you totally get for free if you do the horizontal, vertical, and diagonal. I just realized that all the adjacent ones you get for free. But the good news is we're going to need those adjacent ones later in the problem anyways. So this is only part of the problem. We got this part working though. So I expect that once I put this value in right, which this should be at 0, 2 is that point, I expect that this is going to be correct too. Yep, passed. Bam. So it looks like these edge cases are working. So I'm wondering though if right now would be worth a refactor, because I genuinely think that what we don't need is the adjacent indexes. Not, at least not for this part, we don't need the adjacent indexes. I'm still going to keep that function because I think we're going to need it later. But hey, look, watch. If I get rid of the adjacent indexes, do I pass still? Bam. So that means that those adjacent indexes, I think they will come in handy later, but it was also like not necessary. That part was also like not necessary to do this part of things. But if we look later on in the code, which means I can delete this from this function, it's just not necessary. So that is cleaned. I wanted to be more Kyle-like, so I chose this color theme. Damon. Ooh. I just like, I chose a Kyle-like color theme. Just playing.
I don't even remember what his looks like. I haven't been in a cow class in who knows how long.
Yeah. So to go back to, I only have because of like Vim reasons.
Mhm.
So to go back to the problem, we've like to show, so I think it's good to go back and look where we're at anyways. Because I need to refresh myself on the rest of this problem. It's like, so let's just reread everything, because I remember when we started this, I remember deliberately saying to myself, I need to write some code that does this specific thing before I even finish understanding this entire problem, because this is just a super complex problem. But now we know, like, we've got this step figured out. They show a light bulb here. They show, you know, getting this illumination figured out. Light bulb here, doing that. So that was a lot of steps just doing that part. But the next part that we're saying is, so by the way, the way that this problem works, Damon, is that they have a light bulb can be turned on or off. And also when you turn on a light bulb, it illuminates light bulbs like so. Does that make sense? So what they're saying is the inputs to this overall function, they give you 3 arguments. They give you lamps, which the lamps is an array of like the position where the light is turned on. Then what they give you is they give you queries. So these queries, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding, but I think that the purpose of the queries is you're determining, hey, is this like illuminated? That's what you're querying for. You're checking to see if at this index, is this illuminated? But what's strange is that here now they're saying, by the way, this is where that adjacent function will come in handy, despite the fact that we didn't need it, which is what's kind of cool if you write good like functions, is that sometimes you'll make something that's not useful and then maybe it is useful, but you keep it around just in case. So it will wind up being useful in this case. So they give us an array of queries. We're saying we're determining whether or not this light bulb is illuminated. After we answer that query, we're turning off the lamp that is at grid. So grid, row I, column I. So after we answer the ith query, we are turning off the lamp at row I, column I, and its adjacent lamps. So that means we turn off the first lamp. Okay. Sweet. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break because I need that quick mental break. It's not gonna take long. I need a minute. Sweet.
John, I'm actually gonna bounce out and help get some dinner going.
Please, I'm surprised you stayed in here this long. I'm bored. I don't know how you're not bored.
It's been very illuminating.
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Later, guys.
Later.
All right, I'll be back in a second. No
Yeah,
need to stay if you just choose.
But this has been good. It's fucking. It's like they added everything into this question. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot here. This is a loaded one. I think it's like totally doable though. Like I'm pretty sure we're not that far. It could be like an hour. It could be like 30 minutes. It could be like 3 hours, and it's kind of hard to tell until I start doing it. But like we've built a lot of the pieces to get this problem done. Here, I'll be back in a minute, but you can feel free to leave if you want.
Yeah, I'm bouncing out. Thanks, John.
All right, peace.
John, you might as well close it down.
I'm going to keep it running because I'm going to see how far I can get and if I can actually finish it. Because this is going to be part 1, solving a hard level LeetCode problem. Totally going to be posted to my LinkedIn. So.
Oh, you got a video though.
Yep.
Oh yeah, go take your bathroom
Record?
break.
Please tell me I hit record. Yep, I've been recording.
Yeah, go take your bathroom break then, man, so you can jump back in.
That's what I'm saying. Because my plan is like, okay, if I can just come back in for a part 2, probably after like stand down or whatever. But like if I actually finish this LeetCode problem, that's got to be something that's going on LinkedIn. I feel like
Really,
we'll find out.
All right, I'm gonna bounce. I'll see you.
All right, later, Damon.
Peace.
Peace. Do. Alrighty, I'm gonna continue talking through, even though there's nobody here, just because it's good practice for me, anyways. I also have to currently respond to a few messages. Y'all can't see them, but I'm going to do that. This is a pretty long problem binge, so surely stuff like that is expected. Okay, all messages are taken care of. Now it's time for me to drink some coffee. I don't have any coffee left. That's sad. Let's see. Cool. So now I'm going to go ahead and start thinking about the rest of this problem. So we have the initial grid with all lamps turned off. In the above picture, we see the grid after turning the lamp off. So turn off all the lamps inside of the red square. So, okay. Well, I'm trying to figure out just responding to some messages. So, okay. We have the initial grid with all the lamps turned off. In the above picture, we see the grid after turning on the lamp, then turning on the lamp at grid 4-4. So here, I'm just confused. Why does this thing, why am I looking at all adjacent lamps to that one? It's because my query is at 1-1. So I query 1-1, I check to see if it's on or off. And if it's on, I just, is it if it's on? So no matter what, you turn off the 8 adjacent lamps if they exist. Okay. Interesting. No matter what, you turn off the 8 adjacent lamps if they exist. Okay. A lamp is adjacent if its cell shares either side or corner. Okay. The second query asks for, oh, that's not bad. The second query asks for 1, 0. So that's 1, 0. You're checking all of the adjacent ones, and you just get a 0. Wait, why do you get a 1, 1? Oh wait, yeah, no, it should be 1, 0. That's not bad. I think I could finish this up. Sick. Okay. My goal is to finish this by 5. We'll find out what happens. So what I have to do is first I have to take the query. So this is what's crazy. Okay, so now we actually get to do the original problem. So this is my new Illuminate Matrix problem. Wait, grid illumination.spec.js. This is where I want to be. So the problem is going to be called grid illumination. So grid illumination. So I'm going to describe grid illumination is going to take in, let's see, what are the arguments to this again? So this is going to take in n lamps queries. So n. The thing that's going to be weird is going to be unilluminating a lamp. But the truth is that I could just redo all of it. It's just not going to be efficient. That's the problem. But I think that that'll work. So the arguments are going to be an n. So I actually need to make a matrix. So that's interesting. And that's a really easy problem, though. To the point where I'm probably just going to not even I'll probably write tests for it. Cool. N, and then it's lamps, and then queries. Okay, let's go ahead and write those tests for it. So I am going to also do like just really quick describe, make, get matrix. I'll call it create matrix. And then this is going to take expect create matrix 0 dot to equal. So let's see. I expect it to equal that actually. And also I expect, yeah. Expect create matrix of 1 to equal 0. Cool, it's a 1 by 1. Expect create matrix 2 dot to equal 0, 0. 0, 0. I mean, this is a pretty easy one to test. And then let's just do one more. 3. Whoops. To equal. What's wrong here? Cool. So now, of course, I'm going to fail that because I haven't even imported it. So I'm going to do create matrix. I'm going to go to my grid illumination.js. And I am going to say, do a function create matrix, and this should be super easy for let I equals 0, I is less than n, I plus plus. Actually, yeah, that'll work. I could say, I think what would probably be the fastest way, there's a way to create a bunch of zeros. I'm going to do it the shitty way for now. I know that there's a more efficient way of doing this because I can create, I think that using the array constructor, you could actually create arrays faster than just growing an array. Let return array equals that. But for now, this is going to be what I think the best strategy is. Let row equal this. And for let I or j equals 0, j is less than n, j plus plus, row dot push 0. What's my problem here? Oh, and I never returned it. Return array. What did I get? Oh, it doesn't equal it with 0. Huh. So it works with everything but this. What did I get? Oh, encountered a declaration exception. So wait, why? Not sure why. Oh, probably because I never exported it. Create matrix. Okay. So it worked with 0. What am I getting? I feel like it would be easy to console log it. Do. Oh, so I got cool. What do I get with 2? Does it work with 2? Oh. So I'm getting nothing. So matrix. Oh, whoops. Create matrix. Our return array is that. And then I'm saying for let I 2, let row equals that. Oh, I'm pushing that, and then I'm going to say, oh, duh, return array dot push row. That should do the trick. Okay, whoops. Cool. Okay, so that's working. Cool. Create matrix is working. I don't even think I really need this test. This is a pretty easy function. I'm going to leave it there, but part of me wants to just delete it. Anyways, now what I could do is start actually working on this algorithm. So for my grid illumination, first of all, let's start with a matrix. So function grid illumination going to be down there. And then we want to definitely export grid illumination. And then here, so let's see. This thing is going to take in n. It's going to take in lamps. And it's going to take in queries. So what I'm thinking is that I need to keep going until I I need to go through all the queries is what it is. I need to go through all the queries and yeah. And before I do that, I have to message my friend back. Awesome. So I need to loop through the queries is what it is. So I need to go, it's really just for each query. So I could probably start this off with queries dot for each. And for each query, we are going to do, so, all right. So I need to start with, I'll start with the matrix as zeros. I almost feel like I'd want to recreate a matrix, but let's see. So I'm going to start with, for each query, ooh, what if I did it might be easier to work this problem. Here's what's cool about this. Okay, so wait a minute. I think this might be a good use case for a recursive function because lamps is going to stay the same every time. No, I can get rid of the lamps. So I can get rid of the lamps. I can get rid of the queries as I move forward. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. It's exactly what I'm going to do. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to say queries dot length is greater than 0. So if the queries dot length, actually we're going to say is equal to 0. No, I'm not going to use recursive. I like the idea of using recursive, but the problem is that I don't want to pass that through each time. So instead, I am going to loop through the queries. So I'm going to say for, I could probably just do query of queries. I am going to start off by saying I don't want to pop or push on, I don't want to mutate lamps. So I'm going to create a copy of lamps. So I'm going to do lamps copy equals, it's not an efficient way of doing it is all, but whatever. Lamps copy equals lamps JSON dot parse JSON dot stringify lamps. Cool. And for each query, I'm going to recalculate based off of, yes, that's exactly what it is. For each query, I have to recalculate everything. So yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Lamps copy is going to change. Okay. Oh, and I need to do let query of queries. So what I'm going to do is first go around. I'm going to say lamps copy. No, I need to say grid. Let grid is going to equal Illuminate Matrix. I guess I should start with let default matrix. No, it's probably not bad to just recreate it each time. equals create matrix n, and then lamps copy. Cool. So that should be the first part. And then what I want to do is I want to say, okay, so that illuminates it. Then in this query, I check to see I also need to let query responses. It's going to be my return value. So I would say query responses dot push, and then this would be my grid indexed at lamps copy 0 indexed at lamps copy 1, because that's going to output either a 0 or a 1. And then after I grab that, I need to check all of the adjacent indexes. So const, this could really be a const too. Const adjacent indices is going to equal get adjacent indices for grid. No, get the adjacent indices, and this takes in, so my adjacent indices is going to take in a matrix and a point. So it's going to be grid and a point. So grid and the point would be query. And then now I would loop through my adjacent indices. Indices dot for each index, I would basically say if, and this is where I need to do a deep check as well. Which I don't know that I want to do JSON.stringify, but I could say if lamps. No, I could do that. If this is, I could probably make this more elegant with a filter, but I'm not going to. If lamps copy I think I do need to do a filter. A filter would be a lot nicer. No, for each index. Oh wait, no, there's a better way. For each index, I would do yes. Query responses. No, I'm sorry. Lamps copy dot filter for each lamp. I want to check if the JSON.stringify, or yes, stringify lamp is equal to JSON.stringify. So I'm going through each index that's possible. So for each index. And that should kind of do the trick. Oh man, this is weird. This is a lot. I feel like there's a lot of code before testing. Then I want to check to see cool. That should really do it. So then I return I should return query responses. Interest. Oh, I know. Oh, and then I have to also turn it off. No, I don't have to. I don't have to turn it off because I'm recalculating it each time. Each time I'm recalculating the grid. So I don't actually go and turn off that lamp. I find all of the adjacent lamps. Oh, this is not going to work because I need to also make sure or JSON dot stringify lamp is equal to, I don't think I actually get the center one with the adjacent. So just to double check that, JSON.stringify lamp should equal the index. So I should say for each index, so I'm going through all the adjacent indexes. I should do this. I'm just going to add it out here. Yeah. Also, lamps copy dot filter. I want to filter where for each lamp, if it lamp. No, it'd be better. Yeah, I'm gonna do it here. No, I'm gonna do it in the other one because either way. Nope. Okay, so I will do it here. Or JSON.stringify the lamp is equal to the one that we're on. The index that we're on, which the index that we're on is going to equal the query. That's what it is. JSON.stringify the query. I think that'll do it. So I'm going to go into my gridillumination.spec.js and let's provide it with a test case. So I'm going to provide it with, okay, so we are going to say test whoops. Something passed still? Oh God, I love tests. Yeah, I fucked something up. Okay, so that's on line 5. Okay, sweet. So I want to test that grid illumination. I could do expect. I'm just getting there as far as tired goes. Let me import grid illumination. So grid illumination of 5. And then my lamps will be 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 0, 0, 4. And I need to do queries 1, 1, and 1, 1. So this needs to be wrapped. 1, and this needs to be wrapped. Oh wait, this should be a. Okay. Oh, please work. Oh, I got so excited! It countered a query response is not push the grid index that lamps copy 0. Oh. Lamps copy. Oh. Query responses dot push. So query responses dot push. Right. It wouldn't be lamp copy. This would be query indexed at 0. Query indexed at 1. Invalid first argument 1 1. It must be a string. Where am I getting that? So let's see. The first argument should be a 5, like it's a 5 by 5 matrix. That's right. So let's see. Where is this breaking? So I'm indexing grid at the first query. What line is breaking? I don't know. Is it? Does this thing break if I get rid of this? Yeah. What about this? Is that line? I think it's that line. I see something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Invalid first argument. It must be a string. Why? Do I get that even if all this stuff is commented out? Okay, so that means my error is here. Oh, test. It's literally, see, I knew it was something dumb. So this will be test. I'm just going to grab their test case. So, and then this is going to be, you know what I should have done? Expect grid illumination of those variables dot to equal an array of 1 comma 0, I think. I failed. Received undefined. Cool. Beautiful. That's the kind of error I wanted. And then here, awesome. Now I'm getting better errors. So what am I getting? Let's see. Let's console log this. I think I'm getting 1 0 is what I'm getting. 1 1. Okay. Cool. So at least it's like doing something similar to what I want. So, Oh, because I have to recalculate. No, I am recalculating. I am curious though. Let's console.log lamps. Lamps. So start with that. Ooh. So I was supposed to get rid of it. I was supposed to get rid of the one at 0, 0. So after my first query, I should have gotten one. That should have gone down. So lamps copy. Oh, this is why. Lamps copy equals lamps copy dot filter. See if that does. Passed, baby! Passed, motherfucker! Okay, sorry. I'm excited. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna try testing this thing in LeetCode. Let's see what we got. Maybe I gotta do. Let's see. Cool. Okay. So now my grid illumination, that should work fine. Let's run my code. Accepted. How do I test more? Use example test cases. Okay, let's submit it. Oh, I want to submit this and see what I get. I don't know why that failed. Looks like maybe. Huh. Where's my error? I guess that's what I'm confused on. Let's see. So 0, 0. It said it should be 0. Expected 1 and then 0. Why would I get 1? Oh, maybe it's not supposed to be. You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if it's just that. So maybe I actually don't need this line. That's what I'm thinking. Let's find out. I think maybe I overcomplicated that. Let's see if that works. Huh. One zero, 1 0, 1 1 0. Okay. Interesting. And now I'm getting I'm confused. Let's see. I gotta figure out this edge case. So let's run this. I can't look at all those details. Well, I can look at it myself. So now it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So let's do another one. So I'm going to go back here. We're going to run expect grid illumination 5. And then let's do 2 equal 1. That's strange. So it should equal 1, 0. Oh. Doesn't it say in the problem description that that should equal 1, 0? Oh, 1, 0 should equal 1, 0 should equal that. Does that work? Okay. And then my next one is going to be, oh, okay. Oh, my next one is supposed to be 1, 1. And this is supposed to equal 1. One should equal 1, 1. So why would that not equal 1, 1 is my question. Let's see. Doesn't it say to turn it off? Oh, it's because my adjacent get indices. So my adjacent indices, I'm actually curious. This returns point. Yep, 1, 1. No, I don't have 1, 1. It doesn't return 1, 1. I want to do another test on this. I have 1, 1. It doesn't return it. Let me go into my grid illumination. So why would that though? I don't get it. Because I'm supposed to turn off all adjacent lamps. Oh, because I never should turn off a lamp. But yeah, let me see what lamps is doing. So I want to go to get illumination. Also, I probably should check Slack. Yeah, we're good. So here, I want to check to see what my lamps is doing. So I want, whoo, I'm hitting that tired point, but we got this. Console.log, oh, it is logging it. Cool. So let's see. My lamps basically went from 0, 0 to 0, 4. Huh. 0, 4. 0, 0 to 0, 4. It shouldn't activate that. 0, 4. Oh, it's 0, 4, first of all. I should make sure I have that right. Spec 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 0. So the first one is 0, 0, 4, 4, first of all. Wow. Let's make sure that one still runs. But then the next one is supposed to be 0, 0, and 0, 4. So let me skip this one. Spec.skip real quick. I just want to make sure I'm passing the first one. So here I start off with 0, 0. Oh, it doesn't like 0. Oh wait, whoops. Doesn't like that dot skip. Let's do that. Make sure that. So it should be expect 0, 0, 4, 4 to equal 1, 0. 1, 1, 1, 0. So that passes. Okay. So now we're going to get this test case right. So I expect grid illumination 5. So 0, 0, 0, 4. And then 0, 0, 4, 4. So this next one is 4, 4. 0, 0, 4, 4. Queries are 1, 1, 1, 1 to equal 1, 1. Fail. Okay, and that's because I'm going from lamps equals that to lamps equals nothing. So what it seems like maybe is happening is that my filter's fucked up. And my hunch is that if I do json.stringify the lamp that I'm on equals json.stringify the index. Let me console.log that index. That's what's happening, is that index is not what I think it is. So I have a hunch. I'm comparing the two. Oh, I should probably do a dot sort on. No. Lamps equals that. So I should be keeping the 0, 0. No, I should be getting rid of the 0, 0. Oh, it should be does not equal. That's why. So it should be does not equal. Yay! And then also does not equal here. I think will work. All that for that. Interesting. So it doesn't like that. Let's leave that for now and see what we pass just by changing this. So let's get rid of these. And then let's just do and see what that runs. That was a stupid. This one is breaking on let's now check the other one. So I'm going to go here. Let's add another test case. So I want to grab this person. I want to say we expect grid illumination. And then this one is going to be 5, 0, 0, 0, 4. And then 0, 4, 0, 1, 0, 4, 0, 1, 1, 4, comma 4, and we expect that to equal 1, 1, 0. 1, 1, 0. And this is going to fail because it fails on the other thing. So I'm assuming that that's why. But I can at least get more insight. Fail. Cool. So this is failing on this guy. And honestly, I'm going to make a hole. It should third test case. This is going to do that. Bam. And I am going to dump this last test case through here. I'm just going to make this cleaner. Should work. First test case. It'll just be easier to read my fucking messages. Bam. Whoops. And then now I should get better messages. So this time it's saying it third test case. So I'm going to skip the other ones for now. I can do only actually. It dot only. Cool. Sick. So, all right. So my indexes. So I'm starting with my lamps being 0, 0, and 0, 4. So 0, 0 is one of the indexes that shouldn't be there anymore. Cool. So my lamps now should just be 0, 4. Cool, that makes sense to me. Right? What is the deal with the red square? The red squares, yeah, all of them. So I get that. I think that's exactly what I did. So let's see. Let's go back to my grid illumination.js, and I just want to console.log index. So let's just do index. You know what? I'm going to do console.log adjacent is going to be indices. Cool. And then also I want to console.log so, oh, and let me get my query as well. I want to get my let's do my grid. What is that even? So if I have my lamps at 0, 0, and 0, 4, I mean, that looks good to me. 0, 0, 0, 4, bam, 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 0, 0, bam, bam, bam. I mean, that looks right to me. Cool. Why? So then what I'm doing is I am saying, okay. Also, I could just put this here so it's fucking clean. I'm getting my grid. The grid seems to be copying correctly, depending on what lamps it is, right? So when lamps is 0, 0. So when lamps is 0, 4, let's just see if that works right. That looks right to me. Cool. And by there, my queries already has 1 and 1 in it. And I've got a 1. Why? Because here, I'm indexing it at, I need the query. So I need to console.log the query. That'll help. Cool. So why am I not picking up on that 1? My query is 1, 4. So I'm picking this up at 1, 4. Well, if I am at 0, 4, that seems right to me. Why should I have shut that off? Well, the first lamp so the first lamp was at 0, 1. Hold up. First lamp is at 0, 1. You're shutting off all of the local ones. So it should not shut off that. I didn't shut off that. Oh. This might have to be a tomorrow problem. The 0th query asks if the lamp at grid 1, 1 is illuminated or not. If it is illuminated, turn off all lamps in the red square. That's exactly what I did. Turn off all lamps in the red square. I mean, I shouldn't really be turning this one off. So if my query is at 1, 4, 1, 4. Oh. Ew. Yeah, that's wrong. That's my problem. So I am maybe this should happen. That wouldn't make a difference. I'm not changing grid. So I'm pushing 1, 4. So query of 1 is 1. So I'm checking grid at 1 and then indexing that at the 4th index. Huh. So I'm illuminating my matrix. Then I am pushing the value at that query. Cool. That seems right to me. Then grabbing the adjacent indices then I'm filtering them out from the lamps. So I want to say, here are my JSON indices. Let me go through and rewrite lamps copy so it does not have I don't think it would have anything to do with that. Like, that's something that should be the case. It does not equal the stringify of the query. So that's something that should be in there. I want to check the other things, but this makes sense to me. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. So let's see. I'm going in my lamps copy. So copy of the lamps. My query responses is the variable that I'm dumping into. I'm iterating through each query. So on query 1, so query 1 is going to be one comma 1, which I could get from here too. So query 1 is going to be 0 comma 4, right? So query, 0 comma 4? Shouldn't lamps queries? Do I have those backwards? Is that possible? Five, the lamps, the queries. Lamps, queries. Do I have that order right? Lamps, queries. Oh, man. I have all the pieces here. So my grid is creating a new matrix. That part seems to be working nicely. Then the query response dot push. So I'm pushing the grid at query, which this grid is redefined each time. My adjacent indices is going to be plugging in the grid and the query. That should work too. That should be working fine. Then for each of these indices, adjacent indices, I'm filtering the lamps copy. Or, or does not equal. That's why. Because it's always going to not equal. So I want to delete this and also just do another lamps copy dot filter for each lamp. We need to filter that out. So bam, let's do this. Oh, wrong way. I thought I had a right delete button there, but whatever. I think that'll do the trick. Huh. One, one, one. Let me just track the lamps real quick here. So lamps. So I start at oops, third test case. So I start at 0, 4. So this is just going to be for help. 0, 0, 0, 0. And then paste, paste, paste. Let's start here. So first I start off with, let's see. I have a lamp here and here. Okay. So if I'm starting off at 0, 4, I'm checking this one. This one does not have one. There's nothing touching it, so I don't change anything. Actually, this one is lit, so I get a 1, right? It's lit by that. Awesome. Then 0, 1. Cool. So I should shut off this guy. Bam. Awesome. And that one's going to be a 1 because it is lit. And then I go to 1, 4. This is what I don't get. That should be a 1 because it's lit up by this lamp. Oh, 0, 4. Oh, whoops. I got this wrong. It's 0, 0, 0, 4. Whoops. Okay. Sweet. So I start 0, 4. Obviously, that's lit. Switch that out. 0, 1. Obviously. That'll get rid of this. Oh. Huh. So what's going on here? I should have filtered it out the first go. Zero, 0. I want to double check these real quick. Let me do the only, and just get rid of that real quick. At least I'm just passing. So it is just the third test case at least. Okay, so that means I really can just focus on this. So I'm not shutting it off. This. So let's go out here. Let count equals 0. And then I'm going to start at all right, I might have to take a little break. I'll be back to do this after my staff and personal stand down. Almost done though. This is cool. This is a really cool problem. So I do see the problem though. Like I am definitely not getting the right value, which is great because something to work on. I'm actually going to just stop this video now. And I'm going to start it up right after stand down so I can finish this up. All right. Toodaloo.